I hope that now the settings work. For some reason everything got reset. Let's see. Hello, hello. Sorry for being a little bit late. I had to update my laptop OS this week and it somehow reset all of the settings on my OBS. So of course nothing worked out of the box. Basically reconfigure everything, so video might look a bit weird, audio might look a bit weird. Basically, if anything looks really weird, let me know. We'll try to figure it out on the fly. Because I had to pretty much reinstall and reconfigure everything after the OS update. My laptop was like really far behind on the OS version. But I hope the rest of the stream will be fine. So let me know if the audio is fine. I think I got the levels just about right. Yeah, I think it should be alright. Music is there. Yeah. Alright, cool. So, because I was working during this week on the marker review video, I pretty much had no time to work on JiHu, so today is probably going to be a bit longer stream because I need to ideally finish assembling the kit and maybe do the decals, like some finer detailing during the week, and hopefully have the review next weekend. Okay, so the little dashboard that I have going on the side doesn't actually show me the activity, but it will show me the chat. All right, cool. Well, good enough. So the status of the JiHu is pretty much where we left it off last weekend. I really had nothing else done to it. I got a hot glue gun, so I should be able to actually replace some of the blue tack that I used to hold the LEDs in place, especially here on the front. Should be able to replace that with some hot glue, because otherwise now when you open it you can see ugly blue tack. I can probably scrub it off now and replace it with a hot glue gun, but I haven't had time even to do that. Although I'm really excited about the marker review video. Hopefully that will be a very interesting and informative watch for you guys. I'm pretty much done with it. I hope I can release it tomorrow. At least that's the plan for sure. So I'll try my best to actually make it happen. So most of the video and audio, not audio, most of the video for that is done. Pictures as well. The script is done. I just need to kind of read it, record it, align with the video. That would be it. Which is usually not that much work. Okay, A3, B3, B8. Where is A3? This is A3. How are you guys? I'm trying out some motornuclear kit myself, starting with Neja. Hello, welcome to the stream. I have not tried that kit before. Let me quickly Google. Let's see. Motornuclear Neja. Let's see. Oh, interesting. So I guess it's one of their slightly older kits because it looks very similar to AO Bing in some other ones. It's pretty cool, man. That the transparent action base is dope. very spiky, very vibrant in colors. So seems like it also has high reviews. Good stuff, man. Good choice. White color is very sick. Nice, man. A3, B3, B8. Come on, B8. C3, that should be one of the green ones. Yeah, I'm quite liking this one, but obviously I still need to finish it, so gotta chop. Sort of, I had it at a pretty good pace, and then I kind of stepped away from this kit to do my model kit markers in model kit review video this week. So I'm gonna try to release that tomorrow. That was quite a lot of work because it took a while to try out different markers, and you want to make sure that you put all of your thoughts and observations in the script, you know, so you don't miss anything out, especially anything like important. And as you revise the script, you come up with more and more things from the past, so kind of redo a bunch of times. Definitely not an easy video to make. So yeah, which means that I have done absolutely nothing with JiHu since last weekend when we live streamed the build previously. So I'm gonna take my jacket off. But yeah, if you like some like other styles motornuclear kits, obviously this JiHu is their more like mechanical design from this brand. It's also using metal inner frame, but it's very different style. Pretty good quality so far. I'm quite impressed. And I saw that they actually announced a bunch more model kits in this series that use practically the same inner frame. Very sort of similar design aesthetic overall. So yeah, seems like motornuclear will be doing more mechanical designs. Just quite curious, I'll definitely give them a try. But I know that in the community the opinions vary. Some like the fact that motornuclear is trying out this different style. Some prefer more traditional motornuclear fantasy styles. To me, it's just like, you know, the more the merrier. By the way, as I mentioned, like I had to kind of change all the settings because of the OS update on my laptop. So if the audio is weird or anything is like too quiet or too loud, let me know. I'll adjust it on the fly. I tried to test it all before the stream, but there's a lot. So I didn't have a chance to like back up my settings. It was just kind of, when I did the OS update, it sort of corrupted my previous OBS installation, and everything went to hell. But yeah, hopefully also today, if my health doesn't let me down, this will be a longer stream. Trying to, you know, really make some progress with the JiHu. Oh yeah, and speaking of progress on JiHu, if you guys have any recommendations on, you know, what should I title this build? I believe I mentioned last week. I'm still not sure what to name this. Had some ideas. We bounced some ideas last stream. I believe some suggestions were relating to Pacific Rim or Halo. You know, just not actual title suggestions, but sort of in that area, that theme. So if you guys have any ideas how you want to name it, feel free to pop it in chat. Consider that. And if you really want me to use your title, consider doing a super chat. Whoever wins, just straight up use your title. Hopefully it's nothing too crazy. Do you plan to get the Orange Industries lava tank? Let me see. I'm not sure if I heard about that kit before. Orange Industries. What is that name, dude? I don't even know how to pronounce it. I don't see it listed on Gundam, so probably the answer would be no. Unless it's listed under a different name on Gundam. I pretty much get my third-party kits only from Gundam, dude. So if it's there, then chances are I can get it if I like the design of it. Is that this one? Fuwa. Yeah, I don't work with Fuwa. I know that they are a Canadian. So I collaborate with Gundam for third-party kits. Interesting. That's a pretty cool design. I haven't come across this one. I'm not even sure what sort of Full Metal Panic. I know that. I know Full Metal Panic. It's pretty interesting, man. Yeah, no, it hasn't come across. Oh, it's all sold out. You know what? I'll actually message Gundam to see if they have any option for me to join the pre-orders here. If yes, I'll probably, you know, get a PO for this one, and whenever it's out, I'll build it. Looks pretty interesting. Thank you for the nice PGU level details. That sounds pretty cool, man. Yeah. I like the hangar. It looks like they have the flight pack, like flight unit, that you sort of can put on a hangar and the kit goes out on its own. It's 1/35 scale, so I'd imagine 10 inches. That's not too large. Oh, it's actually pretty large. Yeah, 10 inches is a pretty big guy. 1/35, but it's obviously not Gundam scale, like size originally. Yeah, that looks pretty interesting, and I will message Gundam and see if they can squeeze me in on their. My Gundam code is SKH, just like my channel, SK Hobbies SKH. So if you ever want to support, you know, feel free to use it as a reviewer code. Unfortunately, it doesn't give you any extra perks. I am advocating with them to come up with something that rather, you know, gives you guys benefits from using the code than me. But for now, it supports me, and, you know, I cannot thank you guys enough for using my code, because that really helps me get kits that I otherwise wouldn't be able to justify buying. Hey, welcome to the stream. Yeah, no, not bad, man. I was just saying that because I was working on the market review video this week. I actually have not made any progress on JiHu since last live stream on last Saturday. The good news is that I hope to release the market review video tomorrow. It's going to be quite informative, a bit lengthy, but I try to be like really thorough with covering all the markers I've tried out so far, giving you the good, the bad, and the ugly about all of them, and even you like sharing, you know, how there are some finer details, my experience using them with different plastic types, how I usually use them, some tips and tricks on how to use them best. Obviously, all of that is personal. With some markers, I was able to share more information than others, because obviously the likes of, DSPIAE soft tip markers, I've been using those for years, while some others I've been using only for a few months, or some of them actually even less than a month. So the quality of information might vary, but still, I just wanted to get something out there that gives you a nice reference guide for markers in the space, and also gives you an opportunity to see the difference between Gallery markers, Gundam markers, DSPIAE different markers, AK Interactive, and a bunch of others, all in one video and all used on the same part, so that you don't have to guess whether, it's... Because if you look at different reviews, people have different camera setups, they have different lighting setups, and even for me, if you compare one of my videos to the other videos, because I try to be cinematic in my final videos, obviously I will play with shadows, different color temperatures, different just overall shades for my lighting. So if I want to get out something truly analytical, I have to do it all in one shot without changing the setup, which means that when I started actually filming my marker video, I think it was Sunday last week, I actually couldn't revert back to building, because otherwise it would have changed the variables. But yeah, I hope that you guys will enjoy the results. It might not be as entertaining or as beautiful looking as my usual videos, but hopefully it will be super duper informative. No worries about perks. Hey man, if I can split the perks with you guys, I will definitely do that. It's not up to me totally. I do have some codes with Gallery and with DSPIAE that if you guys use, that will actually give you discounts, which I prefer that. Plus, soon I will start working with a Canadian Gunpla retailer. They're pretty well known in the country for having really good prices and really good customer service. And I've been their customer for years, and I've finally worked out a way to collaborate with them. So I'll have a little store that I can recommend for first-party kits. It won't be in clash with Gundam, because that's for third-party kits. But for Bandai and for Kotobukiya kits, I've been looking for a respectable place that I can recommend myself, and finally one of my personal preferable stores, they've decided to hop on in, which is awesome. So at the moment we're at the planning stage. I have a couple of really cool builds that I want to get to this summer and towards the end of this year, and they will be done in collaboration with them. So if it all works well, who knows, maybe it will result in some nice discount codes for all of you. Unfortunately, a lot of Canadian stores have stopped shipping to the US because of the, never-ending tariff situation. Not all, some still do ship to the US, but it's pretty rare. So unless a US store reaches out and decides to work with me, I'm not actively looking for a US-based store here. This looks like a massive project, to be honest, with how meticulous your videos are. I can understand how long your video creation takes. Yeah, man, I just, I appreciate that very much so. But I also just want to be informative. I try to put myself in the shoes that I was in when I started in this hobby. And I really appreciated some of the videos that I watched back then that showed me more analytical sort of analysis of certain tools and parts and stuff like that that helped me make decisions. Then eventually I just started buying a bunch of stuff and experimenting when I really got into it. And now I feel like if I'm at a point where I can help another builder make decision without having to do a bunch of research or experiment on their own, like take risks on their own, why not? We'll see. Maybe if you guys will check it out and you say like that video is not very good, not very helpful, that also happens. Oh, King Crab. How was that, Cyclops Studio? I have it. I don't think I'm gonna get to it anytime soon, to be honest with you. But how was it? I'm quite curious to build it eventually. It's a lot of small boxes. For sticker alternatives myself, I've been hearing about $1. Yeah, cool, man. Yeah, for sure. That video hopefully will come in handy. There is a lot of markers in the space. There's a lot of also like no-name brands. I don't have much experience with them, but I'll give you a rundown of about 10 different marker brands and types, I think. Actually, I have a little part that I used for the video. I won't show it too close, not to spoil the video too much. But basically, in the review, I use a lot of my spare parts from the Perfect Grade Unicorn Perfectibility build, because it had a lot of spare armor PS plastic parts. So I basically took a lot of my markers and I used them on the same part and I labeled them. And I shot them up close with a macro lens at different angles so you can see how they reflect light, how easy the paint flows and stuff like that. So yeah. And I also show you what are the marker variations, sort of color palettes available online. So you can choose which line to invest in, for example. Because not all of them have a lot of choice. A3. A356, that would be 5. Crotch unit, all right. Skills, competitive price, and yeah, for sure, man. I was selling some of my. I had a few like figures in my collection that I decided not to, review on a channel, and they were just like dead weight. So I listed them on, I guess just a personal experience story. I listed them on eBay and Facebook Marketplace. So some of them sold through Facebook Marketplace, obviously like in cash per person. But those that sold on eBay, they actually went to the US. And I, obviously because I saw the tracking information, I could see how much people had to pay for, import fees. Basically, like if a figure was, let's say 400 US, like just net price, I saw people paying like 90 to 100 bucks US import fees, which would be, I guess, net tariff would be about 80 bucks, because obviously companies had their own brokerage fees on top of that. But it makes any purchase decision much more difficult. It also makes legal sales more complicated. I noticed that on eBay, a lot of sellers, they list their products as import and fees prepaid when you buy it of the US, which I would imagine practically means they send them to the US as just like regular packages without declaring their value, which I would imagine is not entirely legal. You cannot prepay fees. You will be charged fees at the border. You don't know what the fees are. Good though, the manual is not good. There is numerous mistakes in the step omitted for the waste armor that does the part. It's pretty solid with the motors and abilities. Motors? I had no idea it had motors. Wow. Interesting. Yeah, I'm looking forward to building that thing. It's good to know that the manual is shitty. I'll keep an eye for that. We'll be extra cautious. I mean, it's not good that it's shitty, but it's good to know that it's shitty, you know? Less guessing, more preparation. To this part. That's a thick crotch. Look at this. Gee. I don't think I'll be able to even turn it with my... Ooh. All right. Need more leverage. Let's see. C318. Yeah, we got that. Oh, that's it. Okay. Let's assemble the crotch then. It's a little hard to balance in the way it had a stand. Oh, I had no idea it didn't have a stand. I didn't check all of the boxes, honestly, because it's so many of them. But I assumed it did have a stand. We'll see. I have a couple of spare stands that are beefier, so maybe I'll be able to repurpose something. Barbados had a lot of manual problems for sure. I remember I even gave up trying to identify all of those. Just pointed out in the review video that it's better to use visual reference to find parts rather than the lettering and the numbering. That thing had a lot of issues. Still looks beautiful though. Sneaky methods to send packages without the high tariffs. Yeah, I mean, just send the package, you know, as a regular package without declaring the value. That's what they do. That's what they do out here as well. If you buy from a legit store abroad, like let's say from Republic Japan, they'll just stick a big ass sheet on a box that declares the value of the goods. And that's it. There's no going around that. Customs looks at that and gives you the fee. Not everybody does that. I remember step of parts and one step I made it and I needed to go back and put it on. Unfortunately, that's really good because it's just that. Oh, that's good. That's a saving grace there. Oh, cool. It's good to know, man. Yeah, I don't even know when I'm gonna get to the king crab. Did the plastic look good on it? Like the armor plastic, does it look good or does it look like it needs painting or top coating, in your opinion? build I'm really excited about is Skyblaze. We discussed it in the last weekend. And I was checking in with Gunpla to see when it will be becoming available. I'll try to make sure that I find the most expedient way of getting it. I think it'll look better. But does it look fine without it though, or does it look cool? I wonder if I can maybe build it, you know, during the winter or something like that. Or if it will wait until next summer. Sounds like it looks fine out of the box, like not too bad. Looks fine. That's good to know, man. Thank you. That is good to know. I'll double check the boxes, maybe after the stream. And maybe I will leave it for like September-ish. So basically what I want to do next is I want to go back and build a few Bandai kits from the line that I really like. And I've been putting them off for a while because I need to build them during summer so I can top coat them and make them look really pretty. And I think the time has come. And I can do that in collaboration with the new sponsor, so that would be very helpful. They help me get the final kit and now they're not there. Very excited about that. Been a few back-to-back third-party builds. And well, actually, I also saw Lunavor announced a dark color version of their Barbados Lupus Rex, and I might actually acquire that too. I'll have to double check with Gunpla if they plan to carry that. Because technically I've done Fenrir, I've done Wolfdeck, I've done Logar. I have not done Lunavor, and I don't see point in building Lunavor like original release. It's just too similar to the Wolfdeck in my opinion. But if I can secure their black and red version, looks pretty dope. Might get it if I have a choice or an option to get it. And then it will sort of round up, for me, all of these third-party Barbados. I'll be able to then compare all of them side to side. But yeah, I have no idea if it's like a limited edition or just a reprint. I know the Gunpla doesn't always carry limited edition stuff. I actually should make a note. Hold on a sec, guys, because I will forget all of this. I need to check in about the orange cat industry and orange cat industry kit, Lunavor, limited edition. No, maybe not that color version. Dark color version. For me, mine specifically had 2 parts missing of the runner. Oh, that's not good. They were not in the back. I took a picture before in the back, and they were missing. So what to do? All right, that's interesting. Good to know. I have not yet come across a kit, third party or not, that had actual parts missing. I thought that my Barbados 160 Logar had missing parts, but as it turned out, they just chose to snap them off ahead of time and put them on the inner frame for some reason at the factory, whatever. I don't complain, but nothing was actually missing. It's good to know that this thing can actually have entire parts missing. It's not good for them. I'll be sure to point it out if I encounter that. I'll slag them. Missing parts is not cool. Not cool at all. Fan rear barbs, dude. Fan rear barbs is a phenomenal kit. If you like the design, I saw one of the community members was actually telling me this week that they've had some difficulties with the fan rear barbs tail. Basically, in their copy of the kit, in their experience, the black parts that detail up the kit, the tail on the side, they were just falling off. They were not staying in place. But they were able to work around that issue by gluing them in place, which is not ideal, but also not the worst that can happen. In my copy of the barbs, I did not have such issues. And I believe I had a regular copy, not like a early review sample or anything like that, just a retail copy. But yeah, the build itself was phenomenal and it looks so good. Its articulation is so nice as well, that because Inera does that fully plastic inner frame, it reduces the weight of the kit, makes it much easier to balance. But also their plastic on the inner frame is really good quality and pretty tight, so it stays firm. And just the tail accessory is so dope, man, because you can sort of use it as a tail, you can use it as a sword. And I think there's more than one variation of sword. You can like use it as a whip a little bit, and then you can use it as like straight up big as sword. And as a tail, of course. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. Built it pretty fast as well. Super cool. Something different. Yeah, it's different, but not too different, right? Because fan rear clearly is Barbados inspired sort of thing. And they even called it fan rear, which is what, wolf in wolf or wolven, something like that. It's a cool, unique take. Gotta give them that. I wonder, do you guys know if the Lunavore Barbados, does the mace come with a plastic shaft or a metal shaft? Because in my Wolf Technology build, the 1/100 scale Barbados Lupus Rex, right? The shaft is plastic, and that was like single-handedly the biggest disappointment for me in that kit. The floppy shaft syndrome is strong with that one, very strong. And while something like 160 scale Logar was a rather, tedious build and not very good guide, the shaft is metal and the mace is really easy to work with. I wonder if Lunavore has a different approach, or if they have the same issue. Do you recall which one was in the parts of the longer they pre-cut parts, which I find good since it made the boxes actually smaller. I'm pretty sure that's exactly why they pre-cut some of the parts in the Logar to save on the shipping and the packaging. Because, for example, in my copy, not only did they do that, even the parts they did not assemble for me or attach to the frame like the mace, they still pre-cut the parts very roughly. They didn't even clean up the gates. They just pre-cut them and threw them in the box, so it takes less space. So yeah, I'm pretty sure it's done for the most part, because some runners, they still gave you the runners with the parts, yet Like some runners were missing only like 1 or 2 parts. So I think it's partially to save space and partially for convenience, I guess. Really cool thing about Wolftech that I wish Logar did was that Wolftech uses metal pistons for the inner frame, which makes them extremely sturdy and actually sort of functional, easy to work with. With Logar, with how large all the levers are, I personally snapped one piston. Not saying it's a kid problem, it's more like a user handling issue. But still, it was really nice to see metal pistons on the Wolftech. Because they look also much cooler, the chrome finish there. And when you sort of handle and manhandle the kit, I feel a bit safer. Practically, I would probably like to see another. I don't know if I would like to see, but I guess it could be cool to see another 1/100 scale Barbitus Lopus Rex that uses all the good aspects of Logar, like metal shaft and the mace design. Arguably, I like more Logar. The back stinger, I also prefer Logar. The main body and the inner frame, in my opinion, is better on the Wolftech. The effect parts for the eyes are pretty good on the Wolftech because it's soft, nice plastic, but the hands are much better on Logar because Wolftech hands are just crap, like the main set of hands. But the action base on Wolftech is phenomenal, while on Logar is just boring, plain action base. Like, you could take good parts of both and come up with a 1/100 scale design that is like ultimate. Barbitus Lopus Rex. I'll mute myself real quick, guys, so I can vacuum this up, and I'll be back in a sec. And we're back. I have like a semi-professional streamer setup now. A friend of mine gifted me a stream deck, and I finally got around to configure it to control my OBS, so I can mute myself and stop and stop stream. That's pretty much all the buttons I've configured so far. Need to play with it. Didn't check individual parts. Check now. Whenever it's fully plastic, yeah, it's good to know. Birth rate, but for price, I'm generally satisfied. The vacuum was silent because I muted myself. I'm professional now. I'm becoming a streamer, dude. Wait until I figure out scenes, transitions, and some overlays. I'm gonna have a proper experience. One day. Okay. Have a little to-do list. Check out what Streamlabs does and stuff like that. Pretty unusual part for a waist knit. Is it like a back flap or something? I guess so. It's very unusual construction. And I should also ask, put on my to-do list to ask about. Yeah, I have. Yeah, that orange cat kit that you recommended is pretty cool, man. I'm quite interested in it now. Plus, it's full metal. I like that. I don't remember it at all. It's quite old. But I remember liking it. You guys even see? Oh, there you go. Let's make sure it's in the shot. Hopefully you can see the main body that we've assembled last weekend of the JiHu. My vision is improved by glasses. And I hold parts actually pretty close to my eyes. Like, you guys are above my head, and the camera is a bit zoomed in, but the parts are like maybe 7 inches from my eyes. You cannot see my face. They're pretty close. My eyes are not enjoying this hobby, I can tell you that much. I've actually recently been looking into potentially buying, you know, those glasses that dentists wear? They have like, they wear glasses and they have like small binoculars in front of them that actually have their own light as well. I don't know what they're called, but I was curious. I was actually at my dentist this week because I cracked one of my teeth, and they were wearing those. I was actually thinking to myself, I need to ask where they got them, but probably, you know, like a proper professional ones cost a lot of money. But I can see at some point needing that. But yeah, dude, I wear glasses all the time. I've been wearing glasses since before. Now, since in this hobby, I've also developed light sensitivity, so I sometimes have to wear tinted glasses, even indoors. But that's just whatever. I don't know what they're called, like those like dentist glasses. Let me check. Dentist glasses, whatever they're called, with light. But they're like super neat. Loops, they're called loops. There are some like really cheap ones on Amazon, but you know they're gonna be crap. I like things like that. Like, they have like different ones, but you know what I mean? Like, they have glasses and then they have this thing that kind of swings in front of them, and they have a little light module that you can turn on, like light module whatever, but these things, they're like pretty cool. And if they're good enough for a dentist, right? But then the question is price, I would imagine. Like a good ones, set of good ones, and you don't want to buy bad ones, because if you buy bad ones, they're gonna, what if they like mess up your eyes, you know? Well, you don't want to like take chances with that stuff. Yeah, at some point, I feel like I will have to look into that. Yeah, the camera perspective. I've been trying to kind of find a good angle for a while, and I think now I'm set with a sort of decent angle, because I can work pretty freely and record my time lapses and do the live stream like we're doing now. But at the same time, it doesn't obstruct my vision. I just can do my usual thing. At the same time, I can grab the camera and zoom in if I want to show something really close, right? Like really, really close. Sometimes I kind of mess up the focus. It's pretty close. Like, you can actually Like if I do it well enough, you should be able to see even the gates on the stuff that I clean off. Like for example here, if I clean off the gate, you should be able to see it. Right, yeah, ish. Zoom out, sorry about the camera. And then in theory, I might at some point start using my main camera that I use for shooting my videos and photos. Because what I can do is I can put it on a tripod behind me and I can switch camera angles when I want to show something to you guys. Because this angle is pretty good at showing you like the process and the details, but it's not very good if I want to kind of grab the kit and do something with it and show it to you, because you see it from the top, so I cannot like stand it up. I can only like lay it flat. But for now I don't do that. I don't have like my main camera set up for streams. It's all at work, honestly. Maybe at some point we'll give it a shot. I've considered trying those, maybe one of those arm magnifiers. I saw that too, yeah. I actually do have arm mounted magnifiers as well. I have a little tool that I use whenever I solder my kits, because I do a bunch of custom LEDs, so I have a little helping hand that I got off of Amazon. It was like freaking 10 bucks. It was really cheap, but it's pretty well made. And it has this loop that I can sort of manipulate around, and it's actually pretty good. It like magnifies quite a bit. So when I work on something like a small 0402 LED, comes really in handy. But I also saw they have those lights. It's like a lamp. It's a big magnifying glass and a lamp around it that shines that way. Maybe I'll try that at some point. I haven't tried those yet because they look a bit sad. They're always like gray, not like medical stuff looking. They don't make me happy. Even looking at them, I get sad. I don't like that. I want it to look cool. Close videos from face, some CCs. Oh, it's actually not. I mean, it depends on what you, I guess, stream. I'm not showing my face because of privacy reasons. I have a full-time job in a regulated area, and I would like to not associate my real self with the content. If at some point, however, I become a full-time content creator, you guys will get to see my mug. I'll also be glad to share with you my other hobbies, because I also like playing music and do other stuff. But I keep them to myself for now. But even if you see my face, it will not be like, you know, because to me, like, the point is, what do we do here? We build the model kits, right? That's what it's all about. This is like a gun chain, I think. Yeah, these look like small bullets. Like a belt. Interesting. Have belts on the... So I guess the back of the waist is like a arming chamber or something, like ammo holder. I don't think I paid much attention to it in the promo pictures. Interesting. Reminds me of Lizard. That one had pretty cool chain ammo feeds on its backpack. really cool stuff. When videos the close up, they have camera in front of their face pointing. Oh yeah, for sure, yeah. So when I do my like reviews or you know, video shots, usually the camera would be in front of the kit where I sit right now. That way I have more control over, you know, distance and stuff like that. Heavily like a mini goal of mine to maybe at some point film an entire, maybe like a beauty reel of some build in black and white. I personally really like black and white style. A lot of time when I shoot outside on the street, I end up converting pictures to black and white. And I also recently, for pretty much all of my builds recently, I created at least one black and white picture that I use as a thumbnail for a time-lapse video. And at some point it would be really cool to maybe create a review video that is black and white, or maybe just create a highlight reel for some model kit with really cool shots and music, and all in black and white. We'll see. We'll see. Might be a cool idea. Plastic shavings are annoying. Okay, let's assemble the waste. Make sure this is all straightened out. Okay, not a problem. Tight, and this part does not line up perfectly. Look at that. This one is out of the box, is not. It's a bit messed up. Let me zoom in. Look at this. This one. Oh, no camera. Right here. The bag is actually a bit all over the place. Like it's misaligned. And it's only on one side. It's like it's maybe pushed in. Let's see. No, doesn't seem to be willing to pop out. Oh, maybe. Very squeaky. You can get a small glass file to prevent it from happening. Okay, I'm gonna start a bunch of chats. Hold on, let me catch up. It's great with me. And do you do much snap? Just with a knife. I've been trying some glass files. So, okay, so it's actually a bit more complicated than that. So if you use glass files, let's say like, let's do a quick detour. So I guess it's worth diving into for a few seconds. So if you use, give me 1 second, I need to find my razors. There you go. So if you use something like this, like a gun primer razor, right? They are pretty good to clean up the gate marks. I don't know, let's say here, I'm gonna zoom back in. So out here you can see that there is a gate there, right? And it's pretty visible. So you can either get rid of it by actually just rubbing the metal thing on it, because it stresses out the plastic and it removes the stress mark, and you can see now, I can barely see it. You can also use this, and the way you use it You just have to be flat and you have to be consistent. And if you start going all over the part, it will indeed. So basically the way these, at least razors work, the way their texture is, they're like micro dots. So you have to be like consistent in one part, because first it shaves off a part of the plastic, and then it creates a glass finish there. So if I do it like this, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like a bunch of times, and I rub off the shavings, it's actually a really good finish at the end. But if I do something like this, it will actually damage the part and it will look not very good. So you have to be consistent, you have to control the area where you do the sanding, right? Then if you try some other glass files, which I don't have much experience with, I sort of immediately jumped straight into gun primer razors, but I've seen other glass files have actually grooves, not dots, but grooves, and it will depend whether you sand against the groove or not, I would imagine. So I guess your mileage may vary depending on this type of sander you use. These are more so for cleanup of like fairly easy cleanups, and I honestly don't use them much at all, because what I do is I do my initial cuts with like really rough nippers, like these ones from Tamiya. They're double bladed, they're very easy to use. And then I use, for the most part, my gut hand lightning nippers, which I personally adore, because they allow you to get a really, really close cut on a part like this one. Like this part, there's nothing to clean up. Like I literally cannot pick up anything here. You still see the stress mark, right? It's still there, but the stress mark, if you really want to get rid of it, as I said, you just grab a tool, and with the butt end of the tool, you just rub it over. It stresses out the plastic, and you get rid of the white stress mark on the colored plastic. That's it, right? And if I need to clean up my cut even after lightning, as you can see now, I've been using my hobby knife. And I absolutely love Alpha hobby knives. They have really sharp, really good blades. They're really cheap as well. So that's what I do to clean it up. I very rarely use razors, partially because lately I've been building a lot of modern kits, especially third party, and a lot of them are undergated. So like, what the hell, you know, I don't need to use razor. If, however, I have a gate mark that's obvious and I want to get rid of it, the razor will come in handy. Where sanders, more traditional sanders, come in, and I've been using those as well. If you check, let's say, my Camphor Schwer build from quite a while ago, actually, or my Vidar build last year, I've been using these. So if I have a part that has, let's imagine this part, this cylinder, had a gate mark right here in the middle, it would look horrendous, right? If there was like a gate mark right here, it would look horrendous on the final result. Like on a modern kit, the gate mark is undergated, it's right here, it's out of the way. All you need to do is just carefully cut it off and clean it up. But on older kits, the gate marks were all over the place. So what I do in that case, if I want to get rid of that, I will need to sand this entire surface to make it even. So what I would do is I would grab this collection of sponges that I have here. This is just like one copy, right? I have a bunch of spares for this. But I would work my way from, this is 600. I also have 400, I believe. So I would work from the very rough texture all the way to balancer white, which is shine finish. And yeah, it takes a lot. It takes a lot of time. But that's only useful for like front, like user-facing surface cleanup. I do that as well quite a lot, but only on older kits. On newer kits, I haven't had the need to do that. I would imagine you would do that way more often than I do if you paint your kits, because obviously in that case you would need to achieve perfect surfaces, and even the knife cleanup would not be good enough for you if the gate mark is at an obvious spot. So I guess it depends on what you do. I very much still use sanding. I like God hand sanders, sanding sticks, and I almost always finish off with gun primer balancers. So the gray balancer is a bit rougher, and the white balancer gives it like a shiny, glossy texture. They last quite a while as well. So I have my little sanding set up. It's pretty like traditional setup, this one. I know that a lot of people these days use, I guess, reciprocating senders. So it's like a tool and you just stick a send paper to it and it just, you know, does the actual sending motion for you. If I was doing, I guess, a lot of custom painting, airbrush stuff, I would be more proficient or informed in that area, but I don't do yet. I plan on start doing airbrush setup whenever I move into a larger space and can actually dedicate an area for an airbrush booth. But for now, I'm a rather semi-custom builder. I don't know what would be the right word, because I do customize my kits. I do you know, custom LEDs and stuff like that, but I don't do full airbrush builds simply because of space limitations. And of course, I did not pay attention to the sequence like a dumbass. Starting a bunch of chats again. Hold on. Yeah, progressive center, yes. Destroy Gundam, plastic is Gundam, doesn't feel well. Sorry to hear that, dude. Is that original Destroy Gundam, or is it like some third-party stuff? I'm surprised Bandai has plastic problem issues. Hold on, I need to pay attention for a second here. So this is supposed to go like this. And then this is supposed to go like this. Get smaller glass file to prevent that from happening. Yep. Yeah, no worries, man. Feel free to ask questions anyway. I mean, that's why I'm here. Very happy to chat, see if I can share any knowledge and learn as well. That's what it's all about, hanging out. Like that. And like that. Boom, boom. Oh, this part is also misaligned. Interesting. Come on, motornuclear, don't disappoint me. I have the razor I've been liking, the steady pointed glass file. Makes it easier to get tight angles. Interesting, I haven't seen that. I've been content with that smaller razor, like fine razor from Gun Primer. That's been good enough for me. They're built similar to the razor. You can find an attached blade from a hobby knife. These blades, I don't remember what they are called. Actually, because Alpha has a bunch of stuff, and usually it's pretty easy to find. I believe I have a link in the description to the exact model of the knife that they use. I personally have, whenever I come across these knives on offer, whether on Amazon or at a hobby store that I happen to visit, I just always buy one or two and I throw them in my backlog. Because I have a little bit of an anxiety that they will become unavailable at some point. I will not be able to source more whenever they break. So yeah, I have a little bit of a safety net there. But I absolutely love these knives, especially with these little stands. So they have a cap, and it transforms into like a holder, and that holder has 2 storage compartments for spare blades. And then you take the cap off, and you slide it right here, and now it's a stand for the knife. Really cool. And they also all come with a spare blade that you open, not sure how, don't remember, but basically they come with a needle. That is really handy for decal work, because this needle is not super sharp, but sharp enough to manipulate the decals without damaging them. Yeah, these are definitely my goats. I'll have to practice. I have in the newer steady with tapered edge and all butter. the old ones. Yeah, I've seen a lot of feedback about the ones with the lines. People are not super duper good. It's good that City came up with the same as gun primer does, because those gun primers, I bought them years ago and they've always served me really well. Pretty good stuff. Pretty reliable as well. It's very easy to clean them out as well. Just use a brush and get the shavings out of it. Then you're good to go. Pretty much, I guess they are immortal. Here's a study with a round green glass. Strong residue from some cleanup, lights for clear motions. Yep, very smooth finish, almost like glass finish with a gun primer razor. It's really good stuff. I only use hook knife when it's too small or a curved surface. Yep. Dude, always, anytime, of course. Nail buffing block. I saw a lot of people using nail buffing blocks as well. Yeah, I might actually do that too when I run out of my balancers. At the moment, I still have a kind of reserve of balancers because I bought them in bulk originally, so I still have a bunch of spares. Rubber plastic, interesting. Larger gates. Try balancers. I mean, you don't have to really try balancers. You can, because balancers are originally just sending sticks. Sorry, not sending. Yeah, sending sticks at like, what are they, like grit 6,000 or 8,000 or something like that. So you can literally buy. They're not supposed to be expensive in the first place. If they happen to be expensive where you at, it means that they're just like not imported in bulk or marked up because it's a gun primer product, so whatever. Look for nail polishing blocks or literally any hobby related item that allows you to, you know, get a sort of sponging freaking sanding thing that is higher. I'm losing words, dude. That is higher grade, so you can get polished finish. Easy as, pretty. I got gun primer balancers really cheap, so I bought a lot of them. I have a little like bag of them in my storage unit. I don't think I'm gonna run out of them anytime soon. But I also saw them priced at some crazy, ridiculous prices, and I would never buy them at that markup. You know, like some stores want to sort of capitalize on the popularity of the hobby, and also Gun Primer makes all of their products look super duper premium. So you sort of can try to make a case that they need to be expensive, while really, no. Why would they be expensive? I mean, some of their tools are really cool and they're worth their money, but doesn't mean that they should cost like a half. I think I forgot to cut out one of the parts. That'll be K3. Yes, I have K3. I did not. Where is it then? Oh, there it is. I just forgot to slide it in before I close it. Gundam Nut, hello! How's it going? I have 5 of those hobby knives now. Yep. Gotta prepare for the apocalypse. You never know, man. You never know. Especially with these freaking tariffs in Canada as well. Like, I was buying... I always use Mr. Premium top coat things. Cans. Not like, you know, paint that you have to mix yourself. And last year when I was buying them, when they got in stock, I was like, I should get a couple boxes, even though I didn't need. I had a couple boxes already, and I bought them, and then Canada announced that for whatever reason, the Mr. Premium Hobby top coat is not compliant with some sort of new law, and they're not going to be allowed to import it anymore. And I was like, whew. Kind of tell you FOMO, but at the same time, you never know. Yeah, so usually if I see a tool that I like and I know I'll be using it for a while at a really good price, and if I can afford it, I just buy it and I put it in my storage. That's why I have 3 of these. Because earlier this year, around Christmas, right after Christmas, a friend of mine and I were just like hanging out in town, and Canada Computers was selling God hands at 50 Canadian bucks, which is unbelievably low price for them in Canada. I had to buy them. Just had to buy them. I'm not gonna miss an opportunity like that. Some things can sometimes be so cheap that you cannot afford not to buy them. Gotta get me over to bed with bed. Catch you later. Yeah, for sure, man. Thank you for hanging out. This one, I love Gun Primer products. Was pretty much just gonna afford paying. Yeah, man. They're for sure. They have the style, right? They have the aesthetic with their products that sort of almost allows them to maybe, you know, hike up the prices a little bit. Although at the same time, whatever Gun Primer products I've bought personally so far, they were pretty fairly priced. Right, so it was hard to. I saw like just some like new products, especially a couple years ago when Razer, Gun Primer Razer, was really hyped somehow. You could see it listed at some crazy prices in some places. But then when the hype dials down, then I saw normal prices, like acceptable pricing for those things. So I would imagine, I would harbor a guess that Gun Primer does not necessarily have high prices. Although I have not done any research to verify that. My most used tools from Gun Primer these days are Gun Primer Solvent is really good. I like it. It's my favorite thinner at the moment. So if I do panel lining with what's it called? The Tamiya acrylic liners, I use Gun Primer Solvent to clean it up. And I also really like Gun Primer, these things, micro swabs. They have really good these real cotton swabs. They're really fine, and the cotton winding is very tough. It absorbs a little bit of liquid, but not too much, and it makes detail work really good. But these are also dirt cheap, so you know, if you can find them, they're pretty handy. But then at the same time, you can just buy generic cotton swabs on Amazon for like $2 for 500, and they might do the trick as well. Oh, why is this? I thought I aligned it, but for some reason it's not. Did I mess up something? I'll go the wrong side. Let's try to maybe push it out. Try the other side. Ouch. That's not easy. Come on. It's supposed to be the right side. It didn't insert all the way. My eyes are letting me down. Hold on. So this is like a back side. Part is supposed to be there, but why did it not insert all the way? God damn it. Some internal damage. Hopefully it won't be visible on the final product. Oh, that bag doesn't want to slide out at all. Okay. Oh, it broke off. You bastard. Not a problem, we can extract it, probably. I poked my fingers straight through. Great. Maybe I can push it out. Let's see. Whoa. I can use this. I think it's fine enough. So, supposedly this goes right here, does it? No, it does not. Oh, that's a notch. It does go there. Yeah, some Mr. Hobby products are available. Some seem to have been sort of limited in terms of their availability because of not being compliant with certain Canadian laws, especially the environment-related laws. So, but yeah, GSI Creoles is widely available in Canada. Alright, but they also have a hell of a lot of products. So I guess it might depend on which one you have in mind. Okay, so around the gap. This thing is supposed to insert flat, I would imagine. Why did it not? Maybe the bag was too thick? Let's help it. You've been doing good. Yeah, man, not too bad about yourself. Kind of not. How have you been? How have you been? Working on anything interesting? Any cool projects? You know what? I'm just gonna force this in because it is annoying me. Come on, JiHu, don't make me use my hammer. I have a model kit hammer. Don't make me use it. You will regret it. I have a hammer and I'm not afraid to use it. That's it. Hammer time. Heavy artillery. Boom. Easy cheesy. And another one. Boom. Oh hell yeah. No more problems. part. You made me do it. There we go. That's more like it. This thing slide in. There we go. That's more like it. Freaking annoying me there. Might as well get the edge. Nice. I like these pliers, man. Good recommendation, Gundam Nut. Finally came in handy. They're like perfect for this particular task. Saving me my thumbs and sanity in one shot. Look at that. They also seem to be like pretty soft on the end, these caps. So they don't actually damage the plastic while applying quite a bit of force. Good stuff, man. Solid recommendation. Feel like a press machine. Pretty badass. And the last one. Boom. Back in the box. Easy. I use their pen scriber pretty often. Yeah, that gun primer pen scriber is a really cool tool. I have it as well, pretty handy. I use it quite often too, especially for panel line, when I want to panel line some sort of a groove that's not deep enough to hold a clear thin panel liner line. That gun primer or scriber comes in handy. I love it too, man. It's a really nice, neat tool. It's pretty inconspicuous as well. Looks like a pen. Alright, so we put that there. Then we put this. You know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of Matrix movie. What was that, third one? Where they were defending Zion City? They had like a little arming boxes with ammo that the guys had to run around with their little carts and load the mechs. It sort of reminds me of that. Like a little dude has to pick this up, you know, and try to drag it across the battlefield to load into the mech. You know, sort of getting that vibe there. Yeah. And look at this. No, it's not this one. Forget to handle it. Let's get rid of some of these stress marks. good, too tired to work on any kids, man. I'm trying to complete solar panels and bling Chrome line, dude. Chrome lining is never easy, my man. Because you gotta sort of gotta do it in one shot, right? To like whatever part you want to chrome line, you have to isolate the section that you want to chrome line, and you have to do it in one shot to achieve that perfect even surface. And if you try to do any touch-ups, you're only gonna mess it up. But yeah, and always sometimes it's good to just take a break, man, dude. Just take it easy, relax. Don't have to work on kits if you don't wanna. Recharge, kick back, get some silly juice, you know what I mean? Have a good time. Speaking of chrome markers, actually in the video that I'll drop tomorrow with the Grunt marker review, there will be, it will also include chrome markers, because I have quite a bit of experience with DSPIAE chrome markers, and I've also recently started using Ray Studio chrome markers. So I'm sure you might take some of those as well, some tips and tricks. Cleaning up chrome markers is also a bit of a hassle. Okay, so then we have this. Let's change to cover up that beauty. Okay, good. Pliers are awesome. Hell yeah, dude. That would have been so much more tedious to assemble this part without them. Really appreciate the recommendation on these guys. I now have like a full tool set to deal with, you know, tight fitting parts. I have these pliers, like really fine tips, then I have the ones that you recommended. And as an ultimate desperate solution, I have a hammer. And if I feel really rowdy, I have like a big hammer, which has a rubber tip on it. So that's more like destructive option if something really pisses me off. I don't think a part would survive that, but I would definitely feel better. It will definitely make me feel better. Hello, welcome to the stream. Found this kit so far. I'm gonna have to get pretty good kit, man. I'm enjoying it so far. I'm a bit behind on my build because I've been working on another video this week. So far, this is a pretty good building experience, actually. The parts fit for the most part, as you just saw me having to use specialty pliers to snap a couple of parts together. So in general, modern nuclear usually has really good plastic quality and really good inner frames, but even they are not accepted from some unfortunate, I guess, fitment issues here and there, or really tight fit. So, you know, expect that. But overall, the kit is superb. I've last weekend on a live stream, we've assembled the upper half of the kit, which you can see right here. I actually fully customized it with a bunch of LEDs. You can see I have inserted LEDs all over the place, and I filmed that also, so I will, in my review video and in my time lapse, I'll show how I did all of that. But yeah, the kit is superb, man. It's really cool. The design is phenomenal. The build is straightforward. There's a lot of like hatches, which was really surprising to me, because usually modern nuclear is not really all about that life. while with this kit, you have a ton of hatches. I'm trying to open this one. You can see like, oh crap. Hold on. Boom. So it has like, this opens up. You have like a nuclear reactor in the middle. Shoulders open up. There's a bunch of hatches as well on the forearms. There's a lot of arm options. I believe it's 10 pairs of arms. You have 2 separate heads. The backpack is super duper cool because it has this sort of battery module that slides up and down like this. I inserted LEDs into mine, so it has a little orange light inside. But then the cockpit is like really cool. So you open this flap like that. You open the latch, and then the cockpit slides out on the mechanism, and you see the pilot. Really dope stuff. If you like mechanical design, this is a pretty cool kit, man. Yeah, and I believe it's also pretty well priced. And if you choose to get it, then god damn it, and you know, want to support this channel, consider using my reviewer code SKH. But yeah, so far I'm pretty happy with this. It's more mechanical designs are definitely more my cup of tea. And I was also told that motornuclear announced more kits in this lineup that are based roughly on this inner frame, so it seems like they're going to be expanding on this theme, which is cool. We'll see what they come up with. Don't guarantee I will try to chase and build them all, but if it's something interesting, you know, we'll check it out. At the moment, my next build is going to be, excuse me, actually a little build off as part of my partnership announcement with a new supporter of the channel. Next, I'll be building a few Bandai kits that I've been looking forward to building for a while now. And I'll build them all together. And I plan to top coat them and customize a little bit too. So that should be a pretty cool experience, hopefully. And then after that, I probably will be trying to get my grabby hands on Skyblaze and build that bad boy. Okay, this does not seem to be aligned. Let's see, maybe this. Even less aligned. Skyblaze looks like it's going to be a hell of a build. Very excited about that. With Sky Defender, thin rear, Skyblaze will slot right in that 172 scale. And it looks like it's going to be a very imposing presence on a shelf. Very, very excited to see what it's going to be all about. It's going to be anything like the original Sky Defender, like a once-in-a-lifetime sort of build. That would be dope. That would be dope. Okay, so some of these parts seem to be keyed a bit differently. I need to watch out for that. But yeah, I mean, if you're interested in getting this kit, it seems to be pretty good, man. I don't see any super duper things to, like, you know, dangerous things to watch out for. Reasons to avoid this. Like the design, seems like it's a solid experience. Okay, I'm not sure if those parts are supposed to be aligned exactly as they shown in the picture, but they are not willing to be aligning. if I try to assemble this part and see where it takes me? Yeah, I'm definitely solving it now, though. Different another theme. I'll be getting 1 year celebration. Hell yeah, dude! 1 year. Cool. I recently celebrated 3 years in this hobby, and it still feels like I only got into it yesterday. So many cool kids these days, man. Is dope, dude. It's a hell of a kid to celebrate that with as well. And so many more on the way too. So this should be looking the same way, I guess. Yeah. So then this thing should line up there. Let's see. I don't think it will line up. Unless they're not supposed to be lined up. I think it should be the long angle now. Yeah, so it doesn't lean it. Wait, did I mess up the freaking keys, or did I? Hold on. I think I shouldn't have cut off all of those parts in the same shot, because it seems like they are actually aligned very specifically. Okay, I can guess. Let's get this out. Could have made also unique keys for them, or just numbers on the backside. So this one is definitely correct. Now let's see which one will align to it. This one, yeah. Definitely not this one. It's independent in camo. Damn, dude, that must look awesome. If it's painted in camo, that's like proper military aesthetic for it. Yeah, that must look dope. Definitely fit in. I don't think I'll be doing like anything super duper custom with this build beyond the LEDs I've already done, because just simply will take too much time. But I definitely want to try out camo with the use of markers. So I saw people doing interesting camo patterns using markers. And I'd like to try that at some point. Okay, broke apart, great. Okay, so it's neither of these two actually fits. Maybe it's this one. Okay, now that's a bit annoying because I've tried 3 and none of them actually fit. So unless I'm missing something. Yeah, so like on one side they have 2 and 3. Okay. I can detach all of them and double check. I guess. Let's do that. Look at the keys. Just go like that. Then this. I can squeeze this one out. Wow, it doesn't seem to wanna. I have to drill it out. Regardless, let's check which one goes where. So, if it is this one, then I guess close enough. Then also this should also line. Goes there. Okay. Try one of these. Does not line. Another. Okay. Then look like that, and like that. This will go here, and this will go here. Fly away. And I can straight up attach. Like here. Let's see. Okay, good. So this fits almost perfectly. I'm not gonna lie, this is like the most unique waist construction. It's very like utilitarian. Ammo holder, sort of magazine storage. All about that. Ready for action. Oh, come on, you little peg. Don't want to slide in now? Wanna play like that? Oh, another thick peg. Okay. Okay, short here. Okay, thin here. Boom. Get in there. Just like that. Damn, dude, these freaking gate marks are a bit annoying, not gonna lie. You can see them so obviously. Here, here, here. All these magazines. I'm gonna have to maybe use some marker there. I don't like these being so obvious. And on the other side, then we have to put this one here. And we put this one here. Boom, boom, boom. Something's not sliding in. What is that? Oh, that thing. Hold on, let's align it real quick. So this should, oh, like that and like that. Ooh, that's pretty cool, man. They sort of slide out. Theoretically slot out. It's unfortunate that you can only see like the part. Oh, actually, hold on. You disconnect it. Boom. Oh, that looks pretty cool. I could grab the ammo magazine here and back in their storage container. I like that. Really cool, man. Very militaristic. Also, I guess if I flip this forwards, you then don't see the ugly notches on the magazines. Okay, well, a little maneuvering. Then we have what I would imagine is a back flap. Let's catch up on the chat. What's up? Hey, welcome to the stream, man. How's it going? How's the JiHu been going? Typical motornuclear? Yeah, pretty good, man. I mean, the design of this model kit is anything but a typical motornuclear, right? It's not their usual fantasy style. In terms of the quality of the build, so far it's been pretty decent. We had to whip out big pliers once already to make some of the parts fit together. And a few pegs had to be thinned, and a couple of pegs were also misaligned. Nothing major yet that would raise serious concerns or alarms, just the usual stuff with the third parties to watch out for tight fittings and see where you need to give them some persuasion or whether you need to modify the part just a little bit to, you know, make it work. In terms of the design, however, I am very much loving it. It's a really cool design. Definitely my style. very militaristic, grunty, angry design. As you can see, I loved it so much that I modified the entire upper body with a bunch of LEDs, which, you know, I don't do it for kids I don't like. Yeah. Still undecided on the name of this kit, so if you guys have any suggestions, what do you think we should name this build? Feel free to post them in the chat, whatever the name is. I'll consider that gladly. And if you want to, I guess, make me use the name that you come up with, feel free to submit a super chat. Unless it's something inappropriate, I will use your name. I mean, whatever title you suggest in the super chat for the build, right? As you know, I usually come up with or use names to my builds, like the Scorpion King, or Scorpion Emperor, King Barbatus, and stuff like that. So whatever you would like to name it, I don't know. Put it in the chat. Very, very happy to consider. Maybe it will inspire the name. Okay, this is going to be an interesting fit because it doesn't seem to be willing to go. Oh, there we go. Mother direction. It goes in. And like that. This is a very unusual construction. Very unusual. In a cool way. Boom. Dude, dope. I have never seen a rear waist skirt that is like ammo holder, ammo storage compartment. Where do you attach it? Here, I would imagine? Why do I have a freaking plug up here? Hello, motornuclear. Don't do that to me. You really think I'm not gonna attach this? There you go. So you don't have actually any side skirts, just straight up metal joints here. Okay, cool. We need more third-party grunts. Hell yeah, dude. I don't think it's like an army builder type of grunt. It's unless you have some sort of humongous army. It would be, I guess, cool for motornuclear to maybe do an army builder version of this, you know, like a smaller scale, maybe slightly simpler design, but still the same theme, very like, you know, heavily militaristic, sort of aggressive design, practical, utilitarian, but also intimidating. Make it cheap, make it small, so that we could buy, you know, 20 of these and build all of them and have a little bit of an army. It's like the Leos with Bandai, right? You can just buy a lot of Leos and build a little army. And why not? Ooh, that's a pretty squeaky peg there. Doesn't give me much confidence either. Usually squeaky pegs tend to break. There we go. It's a very lean waist. Not used to not having side skirts. But at the back, this arming thing, pretty cool. Because these guys, they swing out. Boom. And boom. And boom. And boom. And I guess you have your little ammo resupply. Dope stuff. I guess let me swing them back in so I can actually lay it flat on its back. Like that. A few spare parts, one spare magazine of ammo. I'm not sure if these things are like for its own guns. To be determined. Let's get on with the legs. What's next? Should be legs, right? Yeah. Oh, that's pretty cool. So the heels are actually like tractor tracks. This has given me, what's it called? Armored Core vibes. Because they have those like neck designs that are not really flying, but they are traveling really close to the ground, hovering, I guess, and moving really fast. So if these had jets and these tracks, it would look pretty cool. The legs seem to be pretty involved. There we go, the accessories. Okie dokie. Let's cut out the legs. Get all the runners we need for the legs. Which I would imagine is going to be a lot. Soon. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna identify the runners I need and I'm gonna cut out all of the parts from them. It's not that much left either in this build. Fairly confident I will not get lost in whatever parts are left. One, B5, B6. B6 and B7. Both B7s. B10. That would be this bad boy. Oh, that looks like a pretty cool pistol. Like a Magnum type of thing. Some rifles. So is this ammo for that? Yeah, it seems to fit in this slot. Pretty small bullet. C2? Yes. C3. Yo. DE. Runner E. I think I've screwed in there already. Must have. Yeah. G2. That would be one of the symbols. Yep. H is there. G. K is there. L. It sooner or later. Oh, there it is. Kind of likes to hide. Okay, that's it for the runners. I would imagine a 7s. Boom. Now, we're gonna cut out all of the parts of these runners in one big shot. That will save us some time. Let's clean out a little space. Battery pack right now. Hold on. There we go. Alrighty, let's get it on. Quick sip of water first. Cool. Anyway, what are you guys working on? Any interest in builds in the pipelines? Any kits you're looking forward to buying? I'm really excited about Skyblaze Infinite Dimension. That thing looks phenomenal in terms of buying. Hold on, that's another handle. It's like for the last remaining magazine though. Maybe it's a separate one. There's not enough parts to actually assemble another one of those. Maybe it's for one of the guns. Some daggers, like combat knives. A lot of plated parts going into the legs. I also had absolutely no idea. I actually completely missed out, and it was mentioned to me that you can actually just assemble this kit, like the inner frame and the second layer of details, and then not have to attach the armor. So, pretty nice thing to do by motornuclear. Because actually this guide tells you when to stop if you don't want to add armor. So you can choose to sort of strip it down. It's not typical, I believe, for modern nuclear. In their other builds that I've done, like Lobo and Morty King, you really are supposed to, you know, build the entire kit, not have the inner frame exposed, stuff like that. So they went full mechanical here. I'd actually choose to assemble the legs only, maybe inner frame today. See what they look like. So for the torso, I cannot really take the armor off because of the LEDs. They kind of depend on the armor to stay in place. So a thing that a fellow creator noticed, and I think I brought it up last week, or maybe I have forgotten. If you decide to go for this kit, you'll notice in the manual, it mentions LED modules, especially in the very first couple of stages. When you assemble the LED, when you assemble the head unit and when you assemble the torso, in 3 different places it will mention LED unit, but the kit doesn't actually come with any LED units. I'm not entirely sure where to buy them. In my particular case, I wired custom LEDs on my own. But it's a bit weird it's very like Bandai-like approach to tell you that, you know, LEDs go here and there, yet not give you the LEDs and expect you to buy them separately. I honestly didn't expect that from modern nuclear. I understand that. And I would rather model kits had, you know, they account for space for the LEDs. And maybe give you proper LEDs and don't give you any LEDs. Because I personally do not like battery-powered LEDs. Because they're not really useful all that much. But at the same time, I honestly did not expect from modern nuclear to, you know, sort of design a kit that is supposed to accept LEDs, and then in the guide even indicate that where LEDs go and not give you the actual LED modules. I mean, I don't know how much they can cost, a few cents. For like, modern nuclear are also like fairly newbie friendly model kits, right? A lot of undergating going on, parts look pretty nice straight out of the box. So if you're like making a newbie friendly model kit, you would, I guess, expect, or that newbie builder would expect to get the entire package when they buy it. Bit of an odd decision, not gonna lie. Although in my particular case, even if they included the LED modules, they probably would have been battery powered and I would have complained about that. But I shouldn't be the benchmark. I always complain about something. Ultimately speaking, I would say they should have included the LED modules. So that all you need to provide yourself is a couple of watch batteries to power them on. And those who want to customize can just, you know, do their own thing. So yeah, it's a bit of a weird choice. Yo, Del. How's it going? I was just mentioning the thing we discussed earlier about the lack of the LED modules with this kit. A bit of a penny pinching thing by Motornuclear. How's it going, dude? Doing all right? I guess this is already accessories, not legs per se, but I'm just gonna cut all of them out. Just get rid of these runners, clean up all the parts. Okay, just go ahead and assemble this. Pretty small. If these bullets are supposed to go into their revolvers, then they're pretty tiny. Sort of fit the machine guns, but definitely not big enough for revolvers. Oh yeah, we have separate ones for revolvers. Like a quick load thing for revolvers. Just cut it out as well. So I guess that will go in. Oh yeah, oh that's pretty cool. It closes up at the back. Badass, man, badass. Goes there. Even a listen would have been nice. It has so much Mexican food. Damn, boys. I was at a Blue Jays game yesterday and ate way too much after it. I'm definitely on deload today. Unfortunately, they freaking lost as always. I'm gonna watch the game with a bunch of friends who support Orioles. Your team has to lose at home, as per. But yeah, man, with the freaking LEDs for the JiHu, not only do they not include them, they don't even mention that they are not included. It would have been nice to make it very clear. Separate list and all that is also good. But I don't think that would be enough saving grace for them. I haven't checked out any of the reviews for the kit yet, but if I see people ducking a point or a star for the lack of the LED modules, I would not be surprised. I think that would be very much justified. Bit of a penny pinching thing. Never cool. I have enough room on my desk now for all of these parts. Let's try to maybe organize them a little bit tidier. I think this is gonna have to leave the shot for now. But he will return. keep these piles separated, otherwise I will mix them all up. Make it a bit more difficult to sort them out later. Didn't expect the back of the feet to be track-free. Pretty cool design, heels. For the heels, it's like little roller blades, but mecha style. Didn't expect it, and I definitely did not notice it on the promo pictures. I'm all here for it. Two parts. So this pile goes there. I think this adds to that pile. Yep. What's this? And do another ramen sort of magazine thing? I don't think so. Oh yeah, maybe there is. Hold on. So this technically fits that. 24 here, no we don't. Hold on a sec. So I guess this will attach to one of the accessories maybe. Quite a few runners, quite a few parts into the legs. I didn't expect that. bit. Boom. Alrighty. Yeah, this is starting to look like a freaking master grade extreme level of detail in the legs with this many parts. Granted, I'm cutting out entire runners, so probably there are some parts that will go into accessories after that, but still, Holy. Very curious to see how all of this is gonna layer and look assembled. Still appreciate that they went with a slightly flat finish on the black plastic on the inner frame. It really elevates the final result straight out of the box. Makes it look a bit more premium expensive. It creates a nice, interesting contrast with the... Oh, shit, that part flew away. There we go, not too far. Creates a nice, interesting contrast with the outer green armor plastic, because that one is more sort of shiny, cheaper looking plastic, like military Grunt expendable material, but on the inside it actually looks expensive. So it's almost like a sleeper build. Maybe that can be a name for it. What do you guys think? Like sleeper Grunt? Maybe it's too obscure. Sleeper Grunt. Yeah, I don't know. I really need to come up with a cool name for this build. I think it deserves it. At the same time, nothing comes to mind. There's clearly some Halo influence, Pacific Rim, maybe even... Yeah, I don't know, man. Maybe a little bit of Armored Core, but really those mechs are more like lean, faster looking toys than this one. This is more like rounded, heavy, tracked monster. And also Matrix, Xeon sort of vibes. Those looked very different, obviously, in the movie, but somehow I get a little bit of a vibe that it's like a put-together mech, heavy gunnage, defense, out shooting the odds. No, nothing is coming to mind quite yet. A lot of thoughts. Nothing sort of formalized, finalized. Okay, and the last runner, red. For the legs, that is. Still a bunch more to go. I have to make sure I don't lose this itty bitty part. Itty bitty. Those of you who just joined the live stream, joined it like after the initial kickoff, obviously haven't had a lot of work done on this kit since last weekend because I was working on the marker review video. So if you have any interest in you know, markers in the mecha hobby space, you know, your DSPIAE markers, your Gundam markers, all the permutations of them, or the most common ones at least, different chrome markers, Army Painter, AK interactive markers, all that stuff. I'll be dropping a video tomorrow covering a lot of different markers that I've personally been using so far. comparing them directly on the same parts, giving you a lot of like reference shots, what the finished paint looks like, how fast it dries, how easy it is to use them, how easy it is to find them as well, and price comparisons too. Holy crap, I got a blister on my finger from all the cutting. Damn. Hard work. Occupational hazard. Oh yeah, it's been years since I had a blister. Let's clean this bad boy up. So yeah, tomorrow, I'm not entirely sure when the video will drop tomorrow, pending YouTube famous processing and me actually finalizing the video and uploading it. But hopefully it will be very informative. Maybe even entertaining. The freaking blister hurts. Should slide in here pretty, and then they should slide in here. Where is the handle? It was somewhere in that big pile of parts. There we go. Let's clean it up. Sure there was a cover for it though, so I guess it might be attached somewhere. But in the interim, I can at least put it next to the pilot figure. So if you had to carry it, here's a comparison, I guess, in terms of size. If you watched that, what was that third Matrix movie where they had Fenders of Xeon? Those guys had to run around with their little carts and ammo boxes. Imagine guys running around with these magazines, trying to resupply their mechs. Although this pilot figure is actually quite large, I think I have somewhere nearby I should have smaller pilot figure. No, it's not here. Like a more standard Bandai pilot figure, because this one is about maybe twice larger than a master grade pilot figure, if not perfect grade. Those are not large either. A lot of gimmicks? Hell yeah. Extra a lot of gimmicks, man, on this kit. Extra a lot for especially motornuclear. If you compare it to maybe something like yeah, it depends. So I mean, in the upper body, right, that I was showing earlier. Hold on, let me grab it. There is a lot of gimmicks. So obviously you have opening this mohawk thingy on the head. It's pretty cool, right? It's a smaller gimmick, but still a nice touch. Then on the upper torso, these things, they actually open up, and their little guns, they slide out like that. Boom. Like this. And they are on both sides. And this front compartment opens up entirely to reveal the inner frame. In my case, it also reveals the LEDs. Then the front at the lower chest opens up as well to show you more inner frames. So like if you do it all in one shot, you can see it's like exploded detail. Then at the back of the torso, you have these things open up. They are like battery compartments, I guess, or fuel cells. So when you open these up, you then pull an armor piece at the back and it slides out one of the cylinders and the other one. I put the LEDs in there, but they look pretty cool. They use plated silver plastic. Then even more to that, you open up the stop hatch in the middle and you slide out the cockpit for the pilots. So if you open all of them up, you can see it's like freaking MGX, really. A lot of like gimmicks. A lot of gimmicks. Especially for modern nuclear, they don't usually do that much mechanical stuff. But this is probably easily comparable to, I don't know, in era, right? Then if you go to the arms, you have front and back shoulder armors, they open up. That's a smaller gimmick, but still. This thing articulates, nothing major really. At the forearms though, you have three gimmicks. So you have this hatch opens up, it's just a sort of armor hatch, nothing really underneath it. But then there is an interesting mechanism in the wrist to where if you flick the wrist, you can see now it's closed. But if I flick the wrist to the inside, it opens up a little Gatling gun. And if I flick it back, it closes it. So it's like boom, 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 boom. Cool stuff, man. And then you have an opening hatch on the inside that stores saber handle. Not really automated, but still, cool hatch. And then on the elbows, it has actually like a square tube, silver tube, that is the piston for the elbow, which looks super brutal. Like when you bend the arm at the elbow, you can see that the cylinder extends and then you have sort of like a little attacking elbow, not sure. Looks dope though, looks brutal. Then on the waist, and in terms of arms, you have like a bunch of different arms, but then on the waist, it's very like, not usual, I would say, waist construction, because at the front you only have, I guess, the crotch, right? Not much really going on here, and this thing slides out. I guess if he gets excited, I'm not sure. There is no side skirts, so that looks extra brutal. But the back skirts, they're like these arming chambers with a bunch of magazines, and these things also have their own gimmicks. They swing out like that. Boom. And magazines can be detached. Boom. Cool stuff. I don't know. Looks really dope. Even if it was like not modern nuclear, but some like just, you know, new company releasing this, I would have been excited about this. I like this design. It's not for everyone. I don't think it's like super duper unique. It's well done. But it's not like a, ooh, never seen a mech like that before type of thing, you know. It's more like it's a solid mech. I like it. And that's pretty much, I guess, it. Let's see. I'm still, as you can see, not even anywhere near being done with this bad boy, so my opinion might change once I'm done with this and I have an opportunity to actually pose it around and, you know, experience it in all its glory. Quite often my opinion changes as I build a kit throughout. There easily can be something at the very end that either takes it over the edge and makes it a superb kit, or makes it a shit kit. Like with the Wolf Tech, for example, I've enjoyed building it greatly, but at the end, when I found out that its mace had a plastic floppy shaft, that really soured my experience with it. This is nothing worse than building a dull Barbados kit and not being able to sort of create some really cool poses with its iconic mace. But for Logar, it was actually the opposite. It was a pretty, difficult build. I even made a bunch of posts in my community warning people about different things that, need to watch out for, sharing some suggestions, and learnings as I went through the build. I was not really like super duper happy building that kit, but towards the end, seeing the final result and the mace was really cool and easy to work with, and the pre-posed rubbery arms that made accessory holding a breeze. That really took it like over the edge for me. Maybe it even translates in the video itself. Because if I really like the kit, I tend to make a better video because I just enjoy it more. And if I'm not enjoying the kit at the end, I'm not gonna force myself to make a good video about it. I'll still be honest, and I'll say what's good and what's bad. It just won't be as, inspired. So far, I'm really enjoying this. JiHu, that is. See, Goso Quartz is a better option. I have not heard about that kit before. Let me do a quick cheeky Google. Goso Quartz. I've never seen that before. Yeah, looks really cool, man. So it'd be nice to see some actual. Is this the actual model or still some? Oh yeah, so I guess this is the actual model. Yeah, it looks pretty cool, man, for sure. Really angry, really heavy. I wonder if all of these hatches open up. This somewhat reminds me, actually, it reminds me of this and Asgard. That was pretty cool, man. Yeah, for sure. Seems to be roughly the same super heavy militaristic aesthetic. As a matter of fact, I'm going to just go ahead and put a PO for it. Thank you very much for the suggestion. Done. But yeah, they seem to be in the same ballpark in terms of style. Which one's better? Hard to say. I'm not sure what brand was that. Hold on, what was the maker? Gosu. I don't know that brand. Yeah, it seems like it's their first one. Yeah, who knows, man? Maybe they make some really good stuff. Maybe they, the thing with motornuclear, they're pretty well known, right? Been doing motor kits for a while. They have a reputation. I personally have built a couple of their kits before building this one, so I had zero reservations about the quality and placing an order. Let's clean up these parts. I can sort of alternate between snipping and cutting. cockpit on the back. It's actually cool. Yeah, that cockpit not only is cool, it is like mechanized and functional. Yeah, that definitely. But cockpit also on this kit, the cockpit struggles from that problem where it has a dedicated slot for an LED module, and it does not include an LED module. It just tells you where you expected to insert one, and you know, sort of like, good luck, have fun, find your own, figure it out. I decided not to wire a custom LED into the cockpit because I don't think I'll ever pose it with the cockpit open, given that it's at the back. If it had been at the front, like most Gunpla models, I would have definitely wired some custom LEDs to it. But as a gimmick, the cockpit definitely very well engineered. And also I forgot to mention that the range of motion in the arms and elbows is really, really good. The elbows go way past 90-degree angle, even with the bulky forearms. Shoulders are obviously on the pegs, so they rotate, you know, the entire arm rotates 180 without a problem. Head mobility, in my case, is a bit limited because it has wires running to the head unit LED. Excuse me. But it's on a ball joint, so without LED it should be pretty mobile. Also, you have two head options, right? One head option that is halo looking, and the other one is this more like a transformer looking head. Yeah, the price point, I believe it's still a bit pricey. It's a bit higher than I anticipated for this kit, not gonna lie. And I think the price is maybe even more difficult to justify considering the absence of LED modules in the box. And but the box is pretty large actually. I believe if you buy from Gundam at least, they default to sea shipping for it at the moment. So it's a larger box. I need to actually make a mental note to measure the box and make sure that I mention that in the review. Yeah, the box is comparable in size to, let's say, it's considerably, it's larger than Wolftac. Maybe by like 20 to 30%. So it's like a beefy master grade. Dude, I think you just won Master Jaeger. That is a... Ooh. That is a perfect name. Let me take a screenshot of your suggestion. I'll make sure to mention that in the description of the video as well. Thank you very much, Master Jaeger. That is money. A thing that hits all the right notes. Jaeger as in hunter as well. That is the word meaning of the word. Master is Master Chief. Ooh. Might play with the words a little bit like Meister Jaeger. So it's almost like Jägermeister, you know, but no. Can be some fun wordplay there. I think you hit the nail on the head there, my dude. Perfect suggestion. Will be hard to beat. I don't know who can beat that. And how? Master Jaeger. Jagaboom. Jagerboom. Jaeger Corpse. also like Pacific Rim, right? That's from there. Yeah, it's from there. Pacific Rim, Jaegers. I believe Jaeger, like as a word, they're Dutch or Swedish, something like that. I believe they even have like special corps, military unit that call themselves Jaegers. Maybe I'm talking out of my ass. I don't remember. I wasn't Googling. Yeah, I really like the name. Pretty excited about it now. Oh yeah, Pacific Rim. Yeah, Jaegers in the Pacific Rim, and but I believe Jaeger in general means hunter. So that's why they called them in Pacific Rim Jaegers, because they were hunting kaijus. So because it means hunter, it's used like in military names and stuff like that, which is really cool. Like, it perfectly fits the theme. Monster Hunter, perfect, it's a soul build. I mean, like, alternative name for that? Master Jaeger. I'm definitely giving it Master Jaeger as working name, and if it sticks, then it's dead, man. Might even give it like in a final video. Maybe I'll give it some sort of green and maybe like earth-ish color. Overall theme. Maybe go heavy blue with like Space Force type of thing. Let's see, we need to see what plays well with the green armor, because it's a bit picky with the colors. I know I've done Wolfpack as pretty like cold color scheme. Probably this is gonna be warmer. But Master Jaeger can also look a bit swampy. Gets my wheels, cogs turning. Check if my microphone is not run out of battery. Hold on. Still have some juice. Yeah, I tend to take these risks only when I know that I can identify the parts. So in this particular case, I feel comfortable cutting out a lot of parts because I know that almost all of these parts, if not all, will go towards the legs. So, you know, I know I won't mix up things. At the same time though, if I'm building a kit that doesn't give me much confidence, like for example, some third-party kits that are way less in quality than motornuclear kits, I would probably not take risks like this. Partially because I'm not attentive enough to notice really fine details. And also sometimes it will require a lot more like doing and redoing. With motornuclear, a lot of parts are keyed, so they even, you know, they make it so you cannot make a mistake unless you really try hard to make a mistake. Ideally, what I want to do is just sometimes I've done it a couple of times, but most of the time I don't have enough time to do that. Is there something similar to what, let's say, Zaco Aurelius does for his live streams? Is to pre-cut a lot of parts and clean them ahead of time, and then on a live stream, rather than you guys, you know, watching me clean up the parts, which I guess sort of is also somewhat therapeutic, entertaining, but I would imagine it would be more entertaining to watch assembly of parts. So to do that, what you can do is when you cut out a lot of parts ahead of time and you want to make sure you don't mix them up, there are organizers. So you can actually buy a container that has configurable slots, organizers and stuff like that. Or there are some dedicated ones, like DSPIAE sells some pretty cool looking ones. So what you can do is you cut out, let's say, runner, I don't know, B4, right? And all of the parts from the runner B4 go in the same slot of that container. So you know where to find them. That way you're not as anxious. I also do this sort of out of necessity, because it speeds up the process overall. But you saw me earlier when we were assembling the waste, I was actually forcing some incorrect parts in place and had to redo it. It wasn't anything major, but still, it would not have happened if I had not pre-cut a bunch of parts ahead of time. I guess maybe confidence also plays a role. I've been building for slightly over 3 years now, so I feel like I can somewhat confidently navigate my way around a model kit. Like this one, right? I might have a completely different opinion on something like mechanic core. I have heard that those are extremely difficult to work on. So maybe if I was to tackle one of those, I would be also super duper cautious. Although I don't think that's going to be happening anytime soon. Separators, fans. Yeah, man. Yeah, we all have our own triggers for sure. It doesn't trigger me, so I don't know stay doing that. But trust me, I have a bunch of other stuff that gives me plenty of anxiety. As a matter of fact, I have problems with anxiety sometimes. Actually, earlier this week, one of those problems materialized in the fact that I cracked my tooth from clenching my jaws too hard from being anxious. So totally understand you. So if it doesn't make you feel comfortable, don't do it, man. After all, we do this hobby to enjoy, not to create extra stress for ourselves. So zen, chill out, do what you like, enjoy the process, escape, and that's it. Do it the way you like it. Last weekend we were actually discussing when I attended a Anime North Expo this year as a media, which was super cool to get an invitation from an expo like that. But I also came across a God Hand booth at the expo, and I had a very long chat with them because they were like super nice and they were showing a bunch of tools that they're not available in Canada, placed easily. And the fella there was showing me the correct way to cut gates, because apparently I do it incorrectly. There's a better way to do it. Like, you know, yeah, cool, good to know, but I have my way and it makes me feel comfortable, so I'm gonna stick to that. And it works, ish. Yeah, well, that's good to know if it's perfect for streams. And it's also more zen, because like for me it's much easier for me to interact with you guys in chat doing this clean up and, you know, repetitive stuff like that, because when you assemble a part, sure, you need to pay attention. This is much more mechanical. Can even do one of those like ASMR streams without my voice, just so you guys can hear like all the snips of the runner, and that's it, nothing else. Like click click click. I saw those videos where people like build model kits and you know, they speed them up, and I guess they don't speed them up, they just cut every single frame where they do the cut of the runner. That must be so much work, I cannot even imagine. I could never. And also you have to hold the part perfectly like in frame, or I guess you do a lot of cropping in post. Unless there's like an automated way to do that, that must be days of editing. How about work? But I also don't entirely get the ASMR stuff. It makes me feel so I guess to each their own. Yeah, I could add that. Yeah, I have a magnetic microphone on my t-shirt, and it's actually pretty close to Microphone is actually much closer to my nippers than my face, I would say. But at the moment I have noise suppression enabled on the microphone, so probably it tries to cut out the snipping sounds. I'm not sure if you guys can hear the snips. But yeah, it's pretty close. See them a lot? Yeah. Yeah, last time I checked on them, they had like, they were pretty popular and there were a lot of views and stuff, so I guess people like that. That's cool. It's for all the work. It's good that people get rewarded for that. To me, the equivalent of that is when I film reviews, it's coming up with those like cinematic, nicely lit shots. That's my ASMR, if you will. So I really like coming up with that, editing that, and especially when people like watching that, that is extra reward on top. Dude, so many parts. Sheesh. I think we're about halfway through. Making some progress. Clean up with a knife after this, and then we'll move on to those parts. Not consistent, alright. Let me try to actually turn off the noise suppression and let's see what it will sound like. Boom. Noise suppression is off. Let's see if the snips are more audible now, as well as whatever other ambient sound there is. The thing is also, snipping sound is not the loudest sound. My voice would be louder, and dropping the parts on the desk would be louder as well. So, because these lightning nippers, they are super duper sharp and thin. They're stealthy, ninja. Yeah, for sure, man. Got hands are the best. Especially if you get a chance to try out their new lightning nippers. They're like the sharpest and the finest nippers they got. They are really cool. Save you a bunch of time on the cleanups. Because there's very little to clean up with a knife once you're done with those. They also seem to be more widely available now. A couple of months ago they were pretty hard to come by and pretty pricey. Seems to have settled now. I have both. I have got hand SPN and LTN. I made a video a couple of months ago, if you checked it out, comparing different gut hands as well as their latest and greatest. These are LTN and these are SPN. So SPN are the ones that almost everybody's using in the hobby. They've been out for a while, they're really good. Then they are really good, yeah, there's no problem with them. But they also have a newer called LTN, and they're even cooler, I guess, even better, even finer snips with those. But they have a lot of disclaimers. LTNs, you cannot use them for thick gates, they're very easy to damage. Kinda gotta watch out. But if you build a lot, like I do, they will save you some time. Not much, but enough to justify the price, maybe. Because as you can see, having cut out these parts with LTNs and now doing the cleanup with a knife, I only have to do like 1 or 2 cuts with a knife to level the part, and that's it. Usually I would have to do like maybe, I don't know, 3, 4, 5 cuts, which is not a big difference, but it is enough of a difference when you know, go through hundreds of parts on a regular basis. Although if you have SPNs, you will still have spectacular results. The difference is really minor. Yeah, do a video for this, yeah, for sure. I got mine at Canada Computers. Now they have a lot more stores carry them. These days I would recommend, if you're in Canada, I would recommend grabbing yours at Gundam Extra. They have them at a pretty good price, and yeah. yeah, I've had them at my Lightnings since February. I think early February when I bought them. At that time, actually only Canada Computer somehow had them in stock in Toronto, and a few other stores had them at the time as well, but for some reason they refused to ship them. Some claimed that God Hand was not permitting online sales for this product, or blah blah blah. Whatever. Somehow now everybody ships it just fine. Yeah. The new shiny thing. Grabbed it immediately. Made a video. Been using it since. It's just the same thing with SPNs and these guys. Is you gotta take care of them, especially if you use them a lot. Gotta make sure that you use some nipper oil or WD-40 every once in a while to make sure they stay lubricated and don't get rusted. And when you don't use them, just, you know, stick a nipper cap on them that comes with them and throw them in a box or like a container so they don't collect dust. That's they're gonna serve you well. Although my biggest fear with these lightning nippers is what happened to my SPNs once. I just, you know, I think it was a year ago, maybe a bit later, a bit longer. I just dropped them, like from this height, like I don't know what, like 5-6 inches here to the desk. Like they just fell on the desk, and the blades are thin enough to where that was enough to bend one of the blades, and that's it. The nipper is done. I tried to straighten it out, but not the same. So that's with lightning nippers. That's a real risk because those blades are even thinner. But I guess unless you're as clumsy as I am, you shouldn't worry about that. I tend to drop stuff a lot. We'll have to get an LTN. How do you do it? I mean, if you have the cash, I guess they're worth it. I've never tried DSPIAE nippers. A buddy of mine, I believe, when he just started in this hobby, he bought DSPIAE starter set that had like a bunch of DSPIAE tools in one box. It's been a while, don't remember exactly, but I believe they were pretty disappointed with them. Because as soon as they had an opportunity, they bought a set of God Hand nippers. Yeah, so it seems like they were not quite happy with them, with the DSPIAE nippers. Although I have no idea how many nippers they have. Frankly, I haven't bothered looking into that. I use a lot of DSPIAE tools, but for the nippers, I'm gonna keep it simple. For sure. Oh crap, damn. them on the foot. That's gonna be stabby. I would not like to experience that. Occupational hazard, yeah. Breaking nippers, dropping nippers, cutting fingers, stopping toes. Oh, interesting. Double star. Yeah, I've been to their store when they opened up. It was interesting. Got some pretty good prices there. I was surprised to see a selection of tools. I think they had a pretty decent selection of DSPIAE tools. And I think I bought a couple of spare knives there too, because they had them at a pretty good discount. It's interesting to know that some stores still refuse to ship them. It's hard to believe that they cannot package them in such a way that prevents damage in shipping. I mean, these are just freaking nippers. It's not like high precision freaking lab microscope. I remember for my music when I was buying like an expensive guitar a few years ago, and that was thousands of dollars. And shipping was a bit expensive, but it was not like a question of not shipping it. I'm not saying that shipping for nippers should be hundreds of dollars, but I just find it really hard to believe that they cannot ship it. But that's basically what Canada Computers had back in February when I was like looking for them. They had them in a bunch of other locations, but I had to drive there, and I was not willing to do any of that stuff. But one location in town actually had it in stock, and I had to dash to buy it really quickly. Let's see, do I still have it? I'm curious. Let's see, quantum extra. Yeah, they do. 79 bucks Canadian. That's not bad. It's much cheaper than it used to be. When I was buying mine at in February at Canada Computers, they were like over 100 bucks pre-taxes. So they're definitely making sure they make extra cash from a new product. 79 is pretty good. Do they ship it actually? Let me double check. Yeah, I don't see any disclaimers about not shipping it. If I add it to cart, is there an error? So can you check it out? Ship, yeah, shipping option is available. All right, cool. So I guess some stores do ship them, at least in Canada. I believe I heard from the community since that in other countries they were shipping them just fine. God hand or, you know, resellers, whoever. Oh, not available. Are there other out of stock? Wow, so many parts. I hope I have enough juice to assemble the legs today. So far, I feel like I'm up to the... Excuse me, I feel like I'm up to the challenge. But oh dear. Need some serious snacks after this. Looks like you're late. Well, yeah, as I said, check out the... I'm not sure if you're... if you mind or don't mind the shipping thing, but you can check out Gundam Extra. They do have them. I just checked. They do have them available. I'm not sure if it's the best price. I haven't done any research as of yet. But they're a Canadian store. I believe they even have a location in freaking Hamilton, I guess. I don't remember. But they do ship. Or Marku. Yeah, I would imagine LTN are gonna be there for a long haul, man. Nothing is in stock at your preferred location at the moment. Just give it some time. They'll definitely be back. So I believe was the name Plamo. When I was at the Anime North Expo, Plamo had their booth. They were selling directly to customers, and they are, as far as I understand, like the main distributor in Canada. So all of the stores buy from them anyway. So I guess they will get their stock in waves. But yeah, on the expo, plamo were showing some of the tools from God Hand that actually are not sold on Canadian market, which was, you know, okay, that's pretty cool, but would have been nice to also offer them, so it's not just once a year when you get a chance to buy it at a reasonable price, and not from some scalper. Up. Back. Right on it. Okay, now we need to clean up a bunch of other parts. So these go out of the way. Let's get these ones done. think I will want to shoot this guy side by side with Osiris. It's like this green plastic is giving me Osiris vibes. I wonder how they're gonna stack up next to each other. Because obviously Osiris is a bit of a larger build, especially with those bell peppers. But I think they're roughly comparable in scale. Maybe we can create some interesting, cool interactions between the two. We'll see. This green plastic reminds me of that. Get out of there. Damn it. Boom. And now quick cleanup on these fellas.
Boom. How did I not cut out that gate? Come on. There we go.
There we go. I think we're about now 60% done with these parts. Yeah, maybe somewhere in that area. Getting there. All right, done with these guys. Now, on to maybe some ones. They should be pretty quick work. Maybe even just one snip and that's it. Normally those don't need cleanups with a knife. So let's see if we can make it work. Just a little bit. Good. Oh, maybe those things on the forearms are not sabers but combat knives. Perhaps. Doesn't give me saber vibes, this kit. More like combat knife for sure. Although mecha combat knife, it's a bit weird. In Pacific Rim they have those sort of swords that, what if they lit up, like heated up? Or not. I remember they were like whip swords. Might have to rewatch that movie. assemble the legs. Almost there. Almost. Batch of parts. A sip of water. All right, back to it. Boom. Nipper's done a bunch of work today. Let's final clean up with a knife and then assembly of the legs. Boom. JiHu will stand up today. Just a few more cuts. Oh crap, missed out on this one. Hold on. Boom. almost done there. Oh, did I clean this one? Yeah, I did. Good. Oh, it's actually that thing that one of my lights broke. Let me turn my got one rattling there. Yeah, I'll have to check it out tomorrow. Alright, now we can finally assemble the legs of the JiHu. But first, a quick cleanup. Because holy crap, there are a lot of plastic shavings. Might make myself real quick. Alright. Might as well get the nippers out of the way because I won't need them anymore today. Let me put them in their storage. I don't freaking know where their storage is. Oh, there we go. A little collection of nippers here. Alright, let's assemble the legs. So, case 6. I guess that will be this guy. It's hard to tell. Yeah, I guess so. Interesting foot construction. Cannot say I've come across this before. B7, that will be these parts. Yeah. Okay, let's find all of them. Easy enough. So that's like a front of the foot then. Put a little assembly there. Like that. But wait, one black part. Hopefully it's something to change. Seems to be a bit flimsy. It's pretty cool. Flips in place. And the other side. Boom. Now, front of the foot. So our toe area is a bit green. Okay. We can do that. Oh crap, missed out in some chat. The leg unit is going to produce. Yeah, well, hopefully the tedious part is now behind us. I've just cut out all of these armor parts and cleaned them up, and now it's assembly time. Not as tedious. But let me tell you, the cutting out was a bit tedious. I even got a blister on my finger from all the cutting. Little blister there. Occupational hazard, for real. ASK, hello, welcome to the stream. First time stream chat. I'm very glad to see you on the stream, man. I recently bought the Gunpla Text 901X. So, I have not done separate frame from my Comet technologies in Anju. Yeah, I just built it straight up out of the box. I only did a bunch of work on the armor with like detailing. I also did some dry brushing on the weapons. Yeah, posing of that thing. It's been a little while since I built it, so I might be wrong. Might be wrong in terms of like what my experience was with it. I might have to rewatch the video or double check my script for it. But if my memory serves me well, my problem, not even problem, but like what thing to watch out for with us in Anju Comet Technology was the armor. It was just a bit all over the place. It's more like a posing diva. He looks phenomenal once assembled, but if you try to pose it around a lot of armor parts have a tendency to sort of fly away and disconnect very easily. So I wouldn't say it's an inner frame problem unless the replacement inner frame is specifically designed to tackle that thing. Yeah, that's... I was overall pretty happy with that kit. I really liked getting effectively a master grade Sinanju with getting a master grade Sinanju with a resin conversion kit applied to the design out of the box. Because as someone who, I cannot do a resin kit. I just don't have really the facilities, I guess, to put something like that together at the moment. It's a second best thing. And I think for that purpose, it did its job, really. Yeah, it's been a hot minute since I built that bad boy. I don't remember much about it. It still very much is a center, one of the like center sections of my collection. Yeah, looks really good, man. That kit is dope. Ooh, but I did not do a separate inner frame for it. There are more needed to make it work fully. I don't know where I can find that. Okay. I do not know. My apologies. Yeah, I did not do that, so I cannot really recommend where to find a good guide for it. I did the kit. If you're interested in doing the kit, feel free to check out my video, of course. Hopefully you find it useful. There's also a build time lapse for it. That might also come in handy for that replacement inner frame. Just no idea, dude. Wish you could help. Guess Goblin is the only thing I can suggest. I didn't have a chance first to get the number. So what I thought was Yep, flimsy bits for sure were there. My third level, so I don't propose it dynamically, so I think that in terms of stability. Yeah, I mean, for long-term stability, yeah, it's really hard for me to say anything like concrete or specific about the kit that I've built a while ago. I have it in a rather... I don't think I was doing any like crazy poses with it. Not so much because the inner frame was preventing me from doing so, but because it was spiky. The armor was spiky, and I do remember mentioning in my video that That kit made me bleed. Because the armor is like spiky. Well, actually, you know what? Well, I'm thinking about it, I can actually bring it over because it's next to me pretty much. It's one of the shelves that's next to my building space. Just let me wiggle a lizard out of the way. So I have it adapted to Action Base 6, I think, or 5, one of the Bandai action bases. And I have it in this pose. And I have had it in this pose ever since I built it. Every once in a while it gets off the shelf for a video, whenever I compare sizes. But I do not remember having any problems with the inner frame sturdiness, really. I did not pose it on the on its feet, only on the action base, because that was problem. Like the posing it was a problem. But the armor, these parts of the armor, like knee armors, the skirt armors, all over the place, they are so spiky that they punctured my skin several times, which was extremely annoying. So I don't think I don't know. Just double check the video if you don't mind. I definitely probably expressed all of my thoughts on the kit in that video. I hope I did. I hope I did a good job there. I don't remember. I do remember, though, greatly enjoying the final results, because it just looks so cool, and still do. Like, it is a phenomenal looking model kit. In terms of the process, I remember it making me bleed, and so I definitely pointed that out. Outside of that, I don't think there was... Yeah, and of course the armor falling off. Like, just when you try to pose it around, the armor just tends to disconnect and go all over the place. And yeah, that's really all I can remember at this stage, my amigo. Don't remember anything else. A26, did I not cut out the parts out of A2? Oh, son of a biscuit. I missed this entire runner. Oh, dude, that's a kick in the balls. All right, back to cutting parts. I thought I was in the finished stretch with the assembly, and it turns out I missed out on an entire runner. Like a noob. Alright, back to... We can do it. Plus, these are all inner frame runners parts. Should be easy work. Where are my trusty SPNs? We're gonna go straight into final cuts with this guy, probably. I don't think I have patience left to do several cuts. So we're gonna do this. Boom. 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 Damn, getting a blister from freaking nippers. That's the first one for me. Oh, Wolftag actually was just fine, dude. I recently finished Wolftag, and alright, it was actually a pretty straightforward build. The guide was really good for it too, surprisingly good actually. For a new vendor or maker, the expectations were pretty low, especially after the 160 log R. That was a bit of a guerrilla experience. A lot of things looked like they tried to, you know, not so much cut costs, but I guess use the limited resources at their disposal to release the kit at a price that was very good. But yeah, Wolftag was really good build, really good blaster quality. There were some things that ended up disappointing me in that kit quite a bit, which I did point out in the video. But as a building experience, it is just fine, man. It's maybe not as high as something like in-era builds or motornuclear builds, but pretty darn high. Pretty good quality, gotta say. So yeah, if you are bracing yourself for the Wolf Technology build, no, don't. It should be alright. Unless they have really bad QC and then, you know, experience varies drastically from copy to copy. But I have not heard anything like that from you guys yet, so should be good, man. Should be good. Very, very quick kit, yeah. Wolfdeck is very pretty indeed. Dude, I really wanted to get the titanium finish Sinanju as well. I remember having pre-order on HLJ for what? It looks so cool. I saw one in person at a store in Grunt, and he's so beautiful. But I never ended up finding one at an acceptable price. And when I built the combat technology, excuse me, I cancelled my HLJ pre-order. So I was like, ah, whatever. Although I would definitely like to see more Sinanju inspired kits, be that third party, first party, whatever. I think it deserves more love than it's getting. It's a really cool design, a lot of nice elements that can be built upon and improved. I haven't done the white version of the Comet Tech. I heard that one looks pretty dope too. I would imagine it has the same sort of challenges maybe as the red one. God damn it, stop flying off butts. Oh, this one flew away quite far. Hold on, boys. not kit for this part, for the legs. So I would like to assemble them. I think that's too much. I'll assemble them on the live stream. We can do it. Holy crap, second kit. Well, your buddy has balls of steel. Or as they say in a song, if you're gonna be dumb, you gotta be tough. Gotta be ready, dude. Damn. Second kit. I mean, it's buildable, I would imagine. Can be frustrating probably with you know, things not necessarily fitting when you expect them to fit. And also, weirdly enough, because of the plastic pistons, handling of that kit can be a bit of a challenge. They just can, because the levers are so large and there's quite a lot of pistons. It's pretty easy to break them. That's why Wolfdeck, so the Wolfdeck, they use metal pistons on the inner frame, and not only does it make them look much cooler, it's also much easier to work with. The only major drawback in Wolfdeck is its, god damn it, I swear to god, if one part falls, I'm gonna break something. The only major problem with Wolfdeck is the mace. That floppy shaft, bad, real bad. I have a Barbatus that cannot pose with its own mace. And it's compounded by its pretty bad arms. Like, those arms are freaking annoying. Like, with all the negatives in the Logar and all the challenges, once you have it built, he's a joy to work with. You can pose him around, the inner frame is pretty good. The set of rubbery arms for the accessories are very easy to work with. It's actually nice. But with the Wolfdeck, the main body is superb. Like, you really want to like create some poses, make it fly. The action base is really cool. That articulated arm, like flexible arm, really good stuff. But the arms are so bad, they cannot grab anything for shit. Fingers are bad as well, and that shaft bends like, it's disappointing. I don't know how that passed QC. If somebody was to take, I was mentioning it earlier on the stream, if somebody was to take all the good parts from Wolfdeck and all the good parts from Logar, they could make an ultimate 1/100 scale Lupus Rex. But as they are, both have some weak spots. It's been painting minis for the longest time, so he thought he was above it. Man, yeah, I guess if he is in a hobby, I guess he would have a transferable skill set. Yeah, why not? I'm not. I have some friends that do Warhammer minis and also other minis and other hobbies like Magic the Gathering and stuff like that, or different board games. And as far as I understand, with the minis, you don't really fit them together, you glue them together. So it's a slightly different thing, and you also don't articulate them. So I guess maybe the construction process is slightly different, or rather significantly different, probably, while the painting skills are probably transferable. I saw some really cool painted model kits done by Warhammer specialists or fans. I myself am quite a lore nerd when it comes to Warhammer, but I don't play tabletop. I just like the lore and have for the longest time. I read a lot of books in that area. Just grimdark is something that I really enjoy. Yeah, I have a lot of neck-bearded friends that also do the minis and you know, all that good stuff. Yeah, some Minerva hobbies as well. I bought some Minerva hobbies head sculpts alternatives for friends of mine who do paint their kits. They look pretty cool, like really sharp, crisp prints. Pretty nice finishes there. Judgingly being assembled the legs. Now with this extra runner, I'm starting to feel like I'm out of battery. And of these parts, something tells me this assembly will take quite a bit of time with how many parts there are. I might have to give up on my commitment. So let's finish clean up. Let's maybe at least assemble the kingles. And then we'll make a decision. hopefully the microphone works again now. Microphone ran out of juice before I did. Huh. Take that. Although this might be now too quiet. Let's double check. Well, should be good. Set it to that. Oops. Alright, that should work. Boom. Getting pretty heavy armored core bites from these. 22. Don't go into the thighs. What time is that? Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to call it now, boys. I'm really starting to run low on fumes. So I guess I'm gonna have to call it now and assemble this all tomorrow and make a big push next week to finish this kit and hopefully release a review next weekend. But tomorrow will definitely be a new video on the channel that will be a review and a bunch of markers. Let me turn off the music for a sec. So tomorrow will be a new video on the channel that will be doing a bunch of markers. We'll be reviewing a bunch of markers that I've used in the hobby so far. You know, from your DSPIAE to Gallery to even Army Painter markers and stuff like that. So been working a while on that video. Hopefully you guys will find it useful and enjoy it. So check it out tomorrow. And yeah, for this live stream, I just don't think I have enough energy in me to finish these legs because there's still plenty of work to be done to assemble them. Nonetheless, though, we have assembled today the waist and prepared essentially all the parts for the legs. But for the waist, yeah, pretty cool. So far, once again, this kit seems to be delivering way above expectations. Really cool mechanical design through and through. The waist is quite unusual because you have only this front crotch sort of assembly, but you really don't have any side skirts like at all. You have a little gimmick here on the front waist that sort of makes this cylinder slide out like that and open up. So I'm not sure, I guess if he's really excited to see it, that's what he does. Now I don't know what this is supposed to imply. And this back assembly is really cool because it's like ammo holders. So there are these 4 drums of ammo and pretty cool attachments. They kind of swing out and they have little handles. So they look pretty cool. That's one of them that is sort of extra. Yeah, nice stuff, man. So far, pretty nice. You can assemble the legs and see what they look like. I also have heard that motornuclear announced a bunch more kits in this line. So I guess they will be building upon this design and maybe this inner frame. So interested to see how, you know, how much variation is going to be there, or if it's just going to stamp out a bunch of somewhat very similar kits. So definitely keep an eye on that. If there's anything I enjoy, I'll definitely pick it up. But yeah, so stay tuned for the video tomorrow. Oh, sorry, let's check some chats. Ship Doctor Dead, Long Beach, my JiHu II HK. Sniper version. All right, cool. Yeah, I'll check out for that. For the ship, yeah, I had some stuff also from Grunt, I believe, shipped by sea, and the tracking status updates were a bit odd. Like when it would arrive in Vancouver port, it would say it arrived in HK, which was not the case. So yeah, well, hopefully your HK gets to you soon, my amigo. And thank you for tuning to the stream. And I will see you all next time. Later.